Hello there. Hi. Let me turn my light up a little bit. Good enough. Good enough. Hello. Hi. Yes. We're a little late. We were basically 12 hours from when I wanted to stream in the afternoon, but as I have mentioned, we are keeping an eye on the weather. The weather was kind of okay today, but we didn't want to take any chances, so I'll have to move that in the shot later. It's a little treat for later. A little hint at something. But anyways, welcome in. Welcome back. Welcome to this, the 24th of June 2026. And tonight, because we did finish Banjo-Tooie yesterday, we are going to play another random, obscure kind of horror game that I found. It is not my normal kind of game, but I felt like branching out again. We tried. I mean, Scritchy Scratchy is not really a horror game. This one is definitely much more horror focused. This is supposed to be, I think, an idle game. But incremental idler. I don't know. Anyways, it is a horror kind of thing. We will see how it goes. It looked interesting. I don't usually play these type of games, so I wanted to give this a shot to kind of see, one, what this genre is like, but also kind of a horror take on it. It had a very interesting art style as well, which I thought was going to be interesting to kind of explore. There's another game that I saw that I need to do a little research on, that also had a very cool premise. But this is what we're going to be checking out today. Again, it's called Horror... I think it's called Horripilant. I thought it was Horripilant. But I didn't realize there was another I in there, so it's Horripilant. But anyways, we're going to be checking that out today. I don't know if we'll play it for more than one stream, but it's just something I wanted to check out. We've got a few days left before July. I've got a flyer I need to make, but I've kind of laid out what we're going to be doing for July. We're going to do kind of I mentioned it yesterday, but we're going to do kind of a celebration thing to celebrate a bunch of stuff we haven't yet celebrated. 5 years of affiliated streaming. not 5 years, 800 followers. Just a whole bunch of stuff. Just a big celebration of community and stuff. So hopefully we'll have some fun with that. There's not going to be like any like sub goals or anything like that. It's not going to be like a subathon or anything. It's just going to be a fun celebration with a theme. So we'll be playing some fun stuff and some interesting stuff. And I do have one big first playthrough planned for that. So we'll be probably jumping into that, or hopefully be jumping into that in July. So look forward to that. Also, I do believe, let me make sure, are we still streaming vertically? Yes, we are. Okay, perfect. I am making sure, so if you're watching on YouTube, it's I don't think I can stream to YouTube Shorts and vertically to Twitch. At least I don't know how to set that up. I don't know if I cannot do that because I'm not, like, YouTube partnered or whatever their version of partner is. We don't have 500 subscribers. I think that's the threshold I have to hit to get that feature possibly. But we are doing a vertical thing on Twitch, so if you watch on mobile, we do have a vertical and a regular layout. But all the stuff will still have a regular layout regardless. But I just wanted to double check that that's still working. And if you are watching the vertical layout and there's things you think could use adjustments, I know the image is a little stretched. Which actually, let me just adjust that a little bit. I don't know what to do with the dead zones in the vertical layout. I know the chat kind of scrolls in the bottom of the vertical layout, but we don't have like a super. I lost my toothpick. We don't have like a super like active chat, so it's just gonna be a lot of dead space, but not the video game. So maybe I'll put like the game up there. Maybe I'll just have like a rotating thing. It'll be a little bit more work on my end, but maybe like near the top or something. At least to get rid of some of the extra space, maybe I'll put whatever game we're playing there. Because when we get to the game screen, obviously it's the game screen and the camera, but when we're chatting, there's just not really anything that goes in that space. So, but yeah, so we've got all of that working. For some reason, the multi-chat thing I use does not let Seribots message through when it says about the ads, which is really annoying. I really wish it did. The only time it really pops up is like it'll say when Seriebot sends a message that's not about ads, but if it's about ads, it doesn't, which is very strange. So I'm very curious why it doesn't do that, but because I do the ads in chat just so that way I know when they go off, so that way I can make sure I know when people aren't able to see what I'm talking about and stuff. But yeah, sorry. I'm still getting used to the vertical stuff, and I just want to double check to make sure all that's still working properly and everything. But yeah, so the next few days, we're probably just going to be playing a bunch of different random things. Checking some stuff out, maybe jumping back and playing a few things here and there until July. Oh, I got my toothpick. Nice. I didn't fall down. By the way, the reason I've been putting a toothpick in my mouth is it's stopping me from clenching my teeth, which has actually been relaxing my jaw quite a bit. And it's helping me from like having pain in my face. It's not because I'm trying to do some like weird gimmick or something. But it keeps me from like clenching down, because I have a really bad problem with like clenching and like grinding my teeth. So but yeah, so that's what we're gonna do, and then I'll post a flyer thing, announcement thing about what we're gonna be doing in July, and then after July we'll look at what's gonna be releasing. But I think in July the goal will be Retro. Will be focused on finishing up Friend's Favorite Retro, and then I think, or August, not July. August, because that comes after July. August, we'll finish up Friend's Favorite Retro, or try to get through Friend's Favorite Retro, and then I think we'll probably start a new horror series. Now, whether that'll be a retro horror series or just a horror series, we'll see. It depends on what's coming out. Because after August, we'll have September, October. Like, it's going to start getting into fall season, game release season. So we'll have to see what comes out. But I think we'll get into a new horror series, because I really want to focus on that. I've got a couple series downloaded that I've been looking at, one of which I've played through before, one of which I haven't. I'm leaning towards the one I haven't, just to mark it off, because it would get like 5 games, actually 6 games off of my backlog, which would be great, while also marking off a horror playthrough. So we will see about that. But and then once we get done with Friends Favorite Retro, we'll probably start a retro series, which may or may not be a retro horror series. So we may double up on some horror as we head into the fall. But July will be horror, nonstop horror. So it's going to be just horror in July, as well as a celebration. So we're really going to be bundling up with a lot of horror, very, very soon. I've noticed that, like, we've been taking a little bit of a break, while we took a break, obviously, in June, not June, in May. It's June right now. In May, to do St. Jude. That's what popped in my head. Was not June, but Jude. For St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, we spent like half of May we spent doing just retro games, like family-friendly retro games. We spent the second half doing like horror, family-friendly horror games, and then we did 80 hours of Path of Exile 2, which is a horror game. It's a gothic horror game as described by the game director, but we're going to play things that are things that I've been meaning to play on the the backlog. So yeah, anyways, we're going to get back to things that I've been meaning to get to. Now, again, there's going to be releases from now until the end of the year. We're going to try to slot those in. So those might like take over the stream for a little bit, and then we'll get back to whatever we were playing at the time. Because we do have like Silent Hill Townfall that's going to be coming out. We do have Fable. We do have the Onimusha. Like we've got a few games that will be coming out that we will be definitely checking out near the end of the year. Also, at the end of the year, Path of Exile 2 will full release, or they're intending for it to full release. Sorry, something fell down. I'm picking it up. So we might check back in with Path of Exile 2 at the end of the year, start at the beginning of next year. So we're gonna have it's gonna be a busy end of the year. So we're gonna really lock in. Hopefully, fingers crossed, starting next month. So starting in basically a week with July, we're gonna do a celebration all month long as a thanks to everyone for the community support, but also just as a big thank you to everyone for the past 5 years. But we're going to lock in, have some fun in July, and then really start knocking out some backlog stuff, playing some cool stuff. If I'm going to try to see... I think I know what we're going to do for October. Obviously, Terrortober, I've got to start building up our list of stuff to play for October, because we're going to, of course, do Terrortober like we try to do every year. And then, but I do think I know what obscure game we're going to play for Terrortober. I've got a few choices, but I think I know what I want to play this year. And then there is we might do another charity drive at the end of the year, but we'll see what's going on with that. Also, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride to everybody out there. I haven't been saying that a lot this month. I haven't said it as much as I should. I do apologize for that. It has been a very hectic... I mentioned it's been a very, very hectic 6 months for me. Not just this month, but just the past half of the year, almost past year. Medically, physically, mentally, like, it's just been very hectic. So I do apologize. Happy Pride, everyone. I hopefully it's going well for you. If you're like me and it's been hectic, just hopefully you can find some moments of peace. But happy Pride. Hopefully it's going well. And I do know it is also Men's Mental Health Month, so hopefully you're taking time for yourself as well this month, to take care of your mental health. And that's really for everybody. Just take the time for your mental health. It's very important. We talk about it all the time. I end my stream saying the same thing. Take care of yourself mentally and physically, and I mean it every time. It's very important to take care of yourself. So yeah, make sure you're doing that this month, next month, all year long. You don't need a month to tell you that, but please do be taking care of yourself. That being said, let's get into this game, which it's an idle game, so we might have just super ability to talk here. I don't play these type of games. We've been playing a lot of games that I don't normally do. I've talked about it before. I've been trying to branch out over the past year or so to try things that I don't normally play, just to kind of see how they work and whether I'm interested. And a lot of times it's it's okay, but other times it's oh, this is actually pretty interesting. Well, that's creepy. English. I will grab this game. Okay. I have implemented Sentry for better crash. Before I turn on crash reporting, 100% transparent about what will and will not be. Exact error message, device details, game version, randomly generated, session ID, single screenshot. Your name, email address, save data, video game capture. No crash reporting. Feedback or breakfast report. I don't need to do crash reporting because I'm making a recording. They can just see this. Game contains sections of quick time events where you need to click quickly to react to actions happening on the screen. Would you like to? Okay, yeah, we can do QTEs. You can change it in the settings later. That's actually nice. So that's something we don't talk about very often, as well. Because they used to be a common thing, and they're less common now. It used to be 2000s, 2000 into the early 2010s, QTEs were everywhere. In fact, there's a lot of the Until Dawn and those types of games have a lot of QTEs as well. Accessibility wise, those are actually kind of a problem because processing, information processing, there's a lot of mental disabilities that do come with information processing limitations. So forms of ADHD, autism, stuff like that. Those do come with slower information processing. So the ability to slow down, give more time, or even disable QTEs sometimes, those can be accessibility settings. So it's good to see someone be hey, you could just turn those off. It's not saying that they should be off by default, but just having the ability to do that is an accessibility setting that a lot of people don't think of a lot of times. So it is good to see that. Is there a way to and then of course it's right here. Keep boon auto pick when between rebirths. I have no idea what that means. Enable Discord rich presence. No thank you. Display. Okay, we'll just say full screen. There we go. Now I can see. Sorry, it was tiny to me, but fine to you guys. Enable particles, panel notifications, flashing panels, screen shake, text size. Can I make this bigger, please? Causes scaling the font to be pixel perfect, causing text to look blurry. Okay. Cursor size, I need... Okay. 3 is too big. Maybe that'll be fine. Pause game is escape. Toggle map is space. Okay. Alright. So let's get started. Again, I have no idea what to expect. You wake up with a swollen head and a mouth full of blood. Okay, don't hit spacebar. Your sense of smell is assaulted by damp, musty dungeon scents that penetrates your nostrils. As you struggle to open your eyes, you turn down the volume. You seem to hear whispers emanating from the walls around you. My child. Wake up, my child. Explore the dungeon, my son. You need to get to know your surroundings. Open your map. Okay, I guess this is us right here. Okay, so we have level 1 damage. Stuff here. Game saved. Too heavy to lift by hand. Okay, so you found a key. Oh, there's a... Can't use this right now. It's too small to fit my hand through. Okay. Key does not fit this lock. Throw some meat on the fire. You unlock the door with one of your keys. Okay, so that key goes to that door. Can't use this right now. Space to open the map. I guess we go to materials. Good. Hit the sprout. It'll give you materials you can use. Upgrade click. 1 wood. Hire a mouse. 0 wood. You've got enough wood for now. You may go spend it. Open the map and get your equipment. Can't store more of this material now. Where do we see how much we have? Inventory? Okay, resume. Don't know anything about this. Piece of paper. Equipment. You can spend resources to improve your armor. Simply leave the cost of material by the door on your way out. When you feel ready, you open the map and head to the steps. Damage, defense, regen, evasion. How much would... Oh, it's right here. Okay, we have 20. Well, I definitely want regen and damage. Okay. Got hire a mouse. What is this? Oh, it's another door that we can't open. Okay. The mice give us wood per second. Okay. I know we're probably going to get destroyed very quickly, but like... And we can't carry more than that. There we go. Okay. So I don't think we can upgrade anything else, right? Meat. Okay, so we need meat. We need rocks. We need something small to get through there. Okay. Stairs. The top of what appears a decrepit, never-ending staircase, spiraling down in the darkness as far as the eye can see. Faint moans and distant screams echo from the depths below, hinting at the horrors that await. Are you ready to descend into this hell? Descend into the dungeon. How combat works. Combat happens automatically based on your equipment. Extra attacks click the weak points. Okay, so we can do something. After beating a boss, you will pick a boon. Boons reset when leaving combat. Okay, so these are probably the... Well, maybe they're not the QTEs. You're gaining experience. The more you kill... Okay, I couldn't read that because there was a thing to click. This is the boss mouse. Okay. Oh, we're really low health. Chance of attacking twice. Narrowly escaped death. You lost 4 meat crawling out. 10 kills, 24 meat, 24 experience. The battle is brutal. Come visit the hole. Open your map. There's something right there, but we can't do anything. The hole. You stand in the middle of an empty room. In front of you, a massive hole pierces the wall, leading to what seems like nowhere. A loud clinking of your armor echoes off the walls, only to be swallowed by the void before you. There's nothing else to do, or so it seems, but an odd, unshakable urge rises within you. You need to scream into the abyss. You scream like you haven't screamed before. This one is guttural, primal, comes from deep within you. You wait for an answer. Nothing. You wait some more. Still, nothing. As you start to turn around to leave, you hear a deep growl emanating from the hole. My child, I am so happy to see you. If you seek power, I can help you in your quest. The deeper you go into the dungeon, the greater the reward. The blood from your enemies shall be cast into beautiful hematolith, which shall give you the powers you seek. Bring me a crow's beak to prove your worth. Until then, I will be waiting. Who are you? What is this place? Hi there. As you utter these words, you sense a strong discomfort. Something now stands before you, unmoving, yet watching you intently. Meet God for the first time. Great. That's what the achievement says. The hole. You stand in the middle of it. Okay. Bring me a crow's beak to prove your worth. Until then, I will be waiting. Okay, so we have 19 pieces of meat. 1 of 16. Smallest ones learn to feed on rot first. Being at the very tail of the food chain, turn the scrawny scavenger into the most pitiful beast of prey, usually found gnawing on brittle bones and dry sinews of those claimed by greater predators. It still remembers the taste of meat. Even the faintest scent of living flesh is enough to fill its milky eyes with dull, desperate hunger. Oh, I see. Okay. Now we have meat. As you enter the room, you notice that the wood you had placed in front of the door is no longer there. In its place, a bloody claw scratch going through the floor under the door. Boost your damage for 30 seconds. Okay. Instantly kills enemies standing in front of you. Okay. Boost your healing. Heals you. Reduces incoming damage. So we have 19 meat. Okay. Upgrade storage. Max storage times 10? Does that mean it goes up to 200? It does. Oh, that's huge. Hire a crow. It's 500 wood. Can hire a skeleton at 250, which we can't afford. Okay, so we can't afford any more upgrades there. But now that we can hold 200, what is this? What is 1.2C? Oh, it's 1.2 click power. Okay, equipment. Wood. Okay, can't go any more there. I'll leave that there because we almost have enough. Okay, 40. Wrong button. We need 160. We can stay here for a second. Okay, that can't be upgraded anymore. Defense. Okay, so I think the only thing we have left is to get the chest plate upgraded. Now we need 160. Should be enough. Perfect. Okay. So I think before we do that, let's go back to the camp. What's in here? Nothing. Can't do that right now either. Okay. Hand's too small to fit through. Okay, we don't have anything we can do with that. We need 100 meat for that. Okay. So we should probably spend... Okay, we can only hold one item, it seems. Attacks are faster. Okay. $19 kills. Almost 100 meat from that, actually. So, but there's nothing we can do, right? So why don't I do that? Okay, so now we have 100 meat. Turn off the campfire for the first time. With ashes, you extinguish and you find a key. Doesn't fit this lock. Can't use this right now. Is there another locked... Okay, we should have upgraded that again, I guess. I figured it'd be that door, but the fire reignites itself. Okay. Doesn't. Okay. So we have a key. Oh, you can go back to camp after a boss fight. Oh, that's how you keep your... Okay, I see. I was like, how are you supposed to keep your stuff? Okay. Max storage. Now we can hold 2,000 wood. Upgrade materials level. Oh, what does that do? Oh, that upgrades how much you get. Get materials production up to 10 per second. I'm just trying to get this maxed out before we go spend it. Upgrade the first time. 2K wood. Okay, so nothing, we can't do anything else here. Equipment. So both of these need 1.28. So we'll do that. Okay, that can't be upgraded again. Once we upgrade the other one, I'll come back and grab this sparkle. Okay, 1.28. There we go. Actually, you're not doing too bad here. So, defense. This is interesting. So they have gathering that is an idler. And then they have an auto battler for a dungeon. But then they also have like a horror story explanation thing. Like, it's very interesting. Oh, maybe this door unlocks? Ah. Once we upgrade these, we'll look. Maybe this is where the rocks are? Where does this lead? As you open the door, a putrid smell hits your face. You're standing in front of a large creature staring back at you. It clicks rhythmically as it chews. Behind it, you see a pile of what appears to be its food, an amalgam of tripe, meat, wood, rock, and iron. You approach quietly. Get your first familiar. You can't see any way out through this room. As you're about to turn back, you notice the creature seems to be giving birth to a mouse. She doesn't attack you. She seems kind. You take her. She could be useful. You're just about to approach it. Okay. Back room. Oh yeah, it's right there. Mouse, we got a familiar. It's one of our equipment. So can we upgrade that? How do we... It's got 10,000 health and does 2 damage. Okay. Oh, okay, I see. We unlock the materials by having, like, the cap of the next material. So we have to get all the way down here. Hire an amalgam. Interesting. Very, very cool. Okay, I'm gonna do a save. This actually is really cool. I kind of like this. So if we start at the first level, heal familiar. Oh. Regen bonus. Heal self. So if we can beat this boss, go back to camp would be our best. Okay, and yeah, we're walking with 600 meat. Still don't know. Okay, here's our experience and level. So there's our level right there. So now we're walking away with 600 meat. So what happens if we throw meat on the fire again? Nothing. Okay. So that was kind of a waste of 100 meat. But now we can do 20k wood, which gets us up to a bug bright. Okay. I know we can get another skeleton, but I want to get the bug bright first. Because it's double the skeleton for only 1k more. Wait, as what did it say? As something? Oh, I clicked through that too quickly. I was... Okay. I'm gonna try to get up the 10k to get another 20 per second. Okay, so I can get up to 20k, but we need 250 to get prop. Also, we have to cap this out in order to get the last bug bright. Okay. So now let's start from the bottom. And work our way up. Really? I guess to get to level 2. I wonder what happens when it levels up. On level up, it adds... This upgrades base production to itself. Interesting. Oh, so does that mean this would go from +2 to +4? Is that what they're saying? So it does the base production to itself? Let's test that. So we're at 133.6. Does that mean this would go to... Yeah, so it's now at +4. Oh, and it jumped up quite a bit, in fact. Okay, so we do want the level ups. And now that jumped up to 2,000. We can get to 20k, we can upgrade our click power, which will be huge. It should be the next one of these, essentially. Yep. So now click power... Yeah. And now this goes up as well. Okay, so not only does leveling stuff up make them significantly better, it also levels up how much we get per the quick time thing. Now this didn't go up too much, but I think that did. Okay, so that's as high as that one can go. So these are all capped. So all that's left is the skeletons. and then we can start upgrading our armor. The skeletons are only going to get one more upgrade anyways. We should save that one. The skeletons are 16. Okay. So we'll grab that. We go to equipment. Upgrade both of those. Okay, so it's 1,000 meat to upgrade again. Weapon. Okay. That can't go any higher. Okay. More armor. That can't go any higher. Hey, Energize, how you doing today? Chopping wood off a tree. It is a clicker game, part clicker game. So yes, it is chopping wood off of a tree simulator. But okay, so if we can get like 17, we can upgrade things fully. Let's try the boost healing one. Alright. Everything's stomped off. Can we do... Send it to your companion present. How do I get rid of the companion? I guess the companion has to, like, pass away? Alright, so... could start on floor 5. I kind of want to start on 1. And see if we can get up to 1,000 meat. Oh. We made it to the crows, yeah. Welcome back from ads. Yes, we were chopping wood. And now we are fighting animals. How are you doing today? It is part clicker, part auto battler. Go back to camp. Part horror game. And speaking of horror game, here's your Crowbeak. You could be reborn with 5. See into what it could be. You scream. I'm ready. Good, my child. Observe your potential, young one. If you're not happy with how your new life could be, then turn around and venture deeper to seek greater gain. But be warned, once you commit, you cannot go back to how things were. You shall be reborn. Make your choice. Oh, here's the roguelike stuff. Okay, so we have 5 Hemalith to spend. Multiply meat gain. Meat loss on death. Cookie clicker. Nice. Multiplies click value of materials. Okay, I'm gonna go back to camp. We are not... Okay, so we can go meat on that. So now we need 6,000 meat. But at 25k wood, we can upgrade the materials level, which gives us more stuff. And then we're going to be able to upgrade all of this. So... which we're going to have 25k wood here very shortly. Now it's a tree. Why are we? We're still getting, like, not a lot. We can hire a spider for 150 per second. It costs 50k. But yeah, so we can gather materials to upgrade our stuff, to do the dungeons, to upgrade the materials, so it creates a cycle. Spider! Now this is gonna skyrocket now, because that just was like half of what we were just doing. Okay, now we gotta get back up to 100k to do another spider. Like, I don't have to click it. It's also just an idler. It'll go by itself. It just takes longer if I don't click. Oh, you can hold. That's nice. There is a hold. And it just goes at a constant rate. That's awfully nice of them. Like, technically I click faster, but... I need to check to make sure this looks... Okay, that looks fine. Oop, another spider. Okay, and it looks like we can get one more spider at 200, so now we gotta cap this out. Oh, that's a little hidden one. I'm very curious on whether they expect you to do this like this, or if they expect you to, like, go for the upgrades. Like, you have to, right? Like, it has to work like this. Again, I don't play a lot of idlers or clickers or anything like that, so I don't know how the core gameplay of how those kinds of things work. And getting to 200k is quite a task. Okay. Spider. Alright, so now we're going to start back at the top. I think we should focus on the mice. Because I think if we can get the mice to level 3, that'll cause it to make a lot more. I also think it probably caps, yeah, it caps out at level 3. I wonder if the last upgrade is going to be at 250, though. Also something I'm curious about. Okay, so these give 6.3. If I upgrade my click power, does that upgrade how much they give? I don't think so. I think it only upgrades if we level something up. So let's test. Okay, so we upgraded click power. Let's see if it changes from 6.3. Because that would be good to know for future upgrades. It did go to 6.9, so our click power does affect... does seem to affect it. That is interesting. Okay, yeah, so we can't get the final upgrade of mouse. I'm figuring it's probably going to be like that for a lot of them. Skeleton we might be able to upgrade, though. So we might want to focus on that one next. Because when they get a level upgrade, it helps us considerably. Free dropping. Now, what's interesting is I wonder if you're reborn, do you have to do this all over again? That would be wondrously tedious. But then again, that's kind of the point of an idler, right? It's this kind of gameplay, so... Boop. Okay, 128. So if we get 128, skeleton will level up. That should boost the stars that we get, and the number we're getting over here considerably as well. Come on, 128. Almost there. Because right now we're at 746, right? But once we get the skeleton one, that should boost up to probably 1,000, right? So it says whenever you level up, on level up, it adds this upgrades base production to itself. So that would change it from 15 to 30, and we would have 10 of them. So instead of this being doing 150 a second, it'd be 300 a second. So this number should jump up considerably. Yeah. So we have almost 1,000 a second now. Plus, whenever you do a level up, the stars, I do believe, also go up. Oh, okay, no. I was wrong about that. Interesting. I guess it only... I guess only upgrading the click upgrades the stars. Very strange. I promise there's more to this game than chopping a tree, but this is the idler part. Okay. Can't get that. Can't upgrade that. That probably would help. Trying to figure out where our best spent is. Alright, if we get one more bug brute, that would put us at 1,000 a second, essentially. I'd put us over 1,000 a second, actually. Just by a little bit, but... Because, like, what I think you're actually supposed to do here is this actually goes while you're in the dungeon. So what you could do is run, like, the first few layers of the dungeon over and over. And level up, get meat, you know, stuff like that. While this is going. And instead of standing here chopping wood. I think that's the intention. Doing it like this is kind of a waste of time, right? So watch, so like it takes like 20,000 to upgrade our equipment, right? So but if I go to the dungeon and let's say I go into floor 1, right? We can take out all these enemies on floor 1. Let's go to attack speed. meat gain boost. But you can see over here, we're still getting wood. Like right above me, or if you're watching on vertical, it's below me. Oh, I missed. Oh, they have 20% evasion. That's interesting. So the birds can evade you. They also have a lot of health. See, and then I walk away with 1,000 meat, but I also have 100,000 like wood waiting for me, right? So now I could go back and finish this up to do like click power, for example. Or I could just go run the dungeon again, and by the time I got back, you know, because I need like 6,000 to max the storage out. So, like, I feel like that's kind of what they intend for you to do. Jesus Christ. Moon. Oh, I didn't even notice this thing on the side that tells you how many fights there are. That's kind of cool. And we could tell it what floor to get out on as well. Haven't done the next floor. You know what? Let's try the next floor. Well, these... Oh yeah, we definitely need upgrades. So it looks like our health is based on our level. Go back to camp. Nice. Okay. So, no. Okay, so everything has been upgraded there. So now we need to go to equipment, and we need to start upgrading our equipment. Who are you? I am what waits at the end of all journeys. The reason those walls recognize you, my child. What is this place? This is all where all paths stop pretending they can lead elsewhere. I seek guidance. Go lower, my child. What you seek lingers just beyond your reach. You can be reborn with 6. Okay. So, the deeper we go in the dungeon, the more points we get. Damage bonus. Okay. Meat gain. Yeah, see, this is definitely what they anticipate you doing instead of just chopping at the tree. Attack speed. Attack bonus. They backloaded all the rats. So 7's the lowest we got, but 10 has something hidden on it. Interesting. Let's say, once we run into a boss crow, we might be in trouble, but... go back to camp. Okay. Equipment. Materials. Okay, so we can max out our storage. It goes up to 2 million? Jesus Christ. We only need 250k to get the last... Okay, so yeah, no, okay. They do not want you clicking on this thing. I got it, okay. Never mind. I was like, they really want you just sitting here doing this? No. It goes into full-on idle mode. I thought this was going to go up to, like, 250 or whatever. It keeps going. Like, we could upgrade it again at 31k meat. But, yeah, no. It goes up to 2 million. No thanks. I'm not going to sit here and click on that, you crazy. Yeah, that's... Regen. 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 If we keep getting regen bonuses, we can get our regen up to like 100%. Meat. That's interesting. So it tells you their damage, their defense, their evasion, and how much health they have. So it gives you the full, like, information mock-up. This is so cool. Like, it tells you how far you are, how, like, what the boss has, like... That's really kind of cool. I like that there's nothing... It doesn't seem like there's anything hidden from you. Okay, this is the lowest we've been. I'm kind of hoping we get some cool gear. Like, we can start later on, like, modifying things that, like, gets, like, health on hit or, like, has, like, damage types or something. Oof, Boss Crow has a lot of health. I'm not gonna waste any of our crits on rats. Definitely use them on crows. Oh, I missed even with the crit thing. Interesting. I didn't know that was a possibility. Very strange. Please be a boss rat. Because if it's a boss crow, we might have a problem. Okay, cool. Now the question is do we go down and see what's on floor 10? Or do we go back up? Given we are not prepared for it, I'm saying we go up. Let's go back up. Because we can always just go directly to floor 9 now. I think it's just safer for us to go back up. Go to equipment. We have 300 to spend now. Probably should actually spent it here now that I think about it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't. I think I need to focus on spending the wood on let's go with evasion. If we can get a bunch of evasion, maybe we can. Let's feel the familiar. Heal the familiar again. Try to keep the familiar. I don't know how we upgrade the familiar, though. That's the problem. I think we go with attack speed now. Yeah, we can just miss those. That's interesting. So clicking on it still doesn't guarantee a hit. Let's save this in case it's a boss crow afterwards. Okay, it's not. Wow, a lot of mice on this level. Go. Okay, so we know what all these are. This is attack. So it's attack, defense. No, it's attack. Attack, speed. Go back to camp. I do not want to go to floor 10 just yet. Alright, so we have almost 500,000. Let's purchase stone. So we can do that. I also want to get the amalgam. $200 rock. Okay, so it can't get higher than that. Alright, so... Ah, that's where rock comes in. Chance of an opportunity attack. Reflection. Chance of a vampire hit. There it is. How do I... Oh. Oh, okay. Keep going the wrong way. $400. Fuck. Okay. So now, hey Boyd, how you doing today? How's it going? It's going all right. Going all right. How about you? Okay, so all those are done for the rock side of things. We still need a bunch of wood. Let's do that. Dungeon. This looks so old school. It's actually a pretty new game. It is a idler / clicker game meets a auto battler like dungeon crawler meets a horror game. So It looked interesting, so I figured I'd give it a try tonight. But how are you doing? Actually, I think we need to get off on the next floor. I just realized we probably have enough meat to upgrade the rock. I didn't even think about that. Okay, hold on. Materials. Yeah, 10k meat. So... hire a crow. Hire a crow. Crow. Mouse. But yeah, so there's this, like, clicker side of things. This is how you get materials to, like, upgrade stuff. This is the, like, clicker game. And then there was the dungeon side of stuff. Okay. Can't do anything else with that. So we need to do that, because that's going to be huge. Level 3 mouse, which I think is... oh, it's not the cap of that, but... legendary race, the person didn't want to get eliminated, so... nice. Nice, okay. So we need to go back to equipment. Chance of vampire hits. Critical chance. Materials. Okay. Boon multiplier. Going on in mind games really in school. Yeah. Yeah, people are wild like that. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about the rocks right now. I'm gonna go back to the dungeon. Send. Regen. Chance of reflection. Attack bonus. I think we're gonna go for the 10th floor. We're gonna go this run. We're gonna go 10th floor, just to see what's on it. Chance of double. Damage. Wow, we cannot hit this bird to save our life. Oh, that was a crit. Just saw the sparkles come off of that one. Heal self. Not to miss. Oof. Boss bird. Hate to see this. Damage bonus. Okay, heal self. Okay, we're on floor 9. If we get a good floor 9, we definitely want to check out what's on floor 10. We want to see as many mice as possible. Definitely want to see as many mice crits as possible. Oh, boss bird is definitely not what we wanted to see here. Chance of hitting a crit. Okay, this is floor 10. It's a bunch of purple creatures. They look like they have a lot of health. Okay. We get a lot of mice, it's not too bad. That's a skeleton. Lot of health. He's not even the boss. $100 damage every second. Another skeleton. No evasion or defense though. So he's just a tank. That's all he is. And then a boss crow. Go back to camp. We did 10 floors. 100 kills. Okay, so it's 10 kills per floor, it looks like. Oh! I did not read what that said. I have a lamp? That said impale familiar. Oops. Sorry, bro. I didn't mean it. Alongside the item you just found, you notice a small piece of paper, torn symbols on it. You jot that down. Oh, we've killed 500. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Give the creature some meat. So, if you're... So we don't get the next... Jesus Christ. You don't get the next familiar until 400 million meat. Jesus. Okay. It's a simple mirror. Okay. So, what is close to leveling? You are. That's still gonna take a while. So let's go ahead and do that. We can't do this till we get more meat. So if nothing can happen to it, okay, yeah, fire ads itself. I'll go back from ads. Okay, so we have 10 points. 9 lives. Multiplies familiar's health. Familiar's damage. Okay, so you could go... Reducing new familiars. Oh, no, that's new familiars. Keep more meat from impaling a familiar. Start with an amount of material. Automatic production of material. Max material, multiplies max material storage. That requires 20. This is 5. This is 5. So we have to get pretty deep in there. Lowers. Okay. Increase the material auto-clicker click speed. Interesting, so that's just holding the button down. Start with the amount of each production upgrade for all materials. 100. Lets you transfer production from one material to another. 500. Percentage of the material transfer. Amount of sparkles that appear. Okay. Multiplies the additive chance of spawning a sparkle with each click. Okay, so the more you click, the more sparkles appear. Multiplies the value of the sparkle. We need 200. Permanently keep all materials unlocked. Gain more of your offline production. Offline production? So wait, like if I just leave and come back? Like if I save right now and got off? Interesting. Increase max level of all materials. Another count of H. Okay. Effectiveness of the boots upgrade. All equipment. Sword upgrade. Chest upgrade. Helmet upgrade. Each time the helmet gets reset, lower speed cap to the max speed of... Ooh. That would be huge, but of course it takes 750. Increase the amount of possible weak points to click. Increase the chance of hitting multiple weak points at once when clicking a weak point. Okay, so that's if you want to focus on the dungeon stuff. Okay. Still need quite a bit for that. So we're getting like 158 meat at level 10. And a boss one of these guys is gonna suck. We can loot the current floor, but I don't think we need to do that. Let's try to get to floor 15. Okay, the boss mouse gave 1,000. Crows give 400. No, the boss crow gave 1,000. How would the skeleton give us any meat? I guess it would be meat that they've taken. Let's see how much the skeleton gives. 900, which is double the crow. Okay. Okay, that didn't do anything. Boss skeleton, oh lord. He's got like 1,000 health. He does 242 damage. Yeah, I figured he was gonna kick the crap out of us. But he should give us like 4K meat. Almost 3, okay. We need 50, I think, 50,000 to get the upgrade for stone. So we'll see, because we're also waiting for our wood count to get up. Oh, they lost familiar in battle. Okay, I think we might have to get off after this floor. I don't think we have like the damage output and stuff for this. Could just like loop floor 10. I'm gonna save this hit for... Okay, bird is definitely better than... I mean, the evasion sucks, but it's definitely better than a skeleton who hits very hard and has a lot more health. Fortunately, we won't hit our 50,000 meat threshold we need, but... Okay, let's spend 100 to get our buddy back. Let's go here. Go do that. I didn't realize we hadn't bought these upgrades yet. Okay. Damage. Yeah, okay. Dungeon. So if we go, yeah, let's do floor 10. Loop this floor. And if we just do this floor until we get the 50k meat, then we can upgrade our rock. Wish I knew how to upgrade familiars. I guess you're not supposed to, because it says 2 damage. I feel like there should be a way to, like, upgrade this a little bit. Given how long it takes to get to the next familiar. Experience gain. Experience gain will also give us more health. We can get meat gain. That would be great. Okay. I mean, floor full of skeletons is a very quick way for us to get the 50,000 that we need. Okay. They're like, oh, you want to loop this floor? Okay, here's a floor full of skeletons. Deal with that. Wow. Yeah, they really gave us a bunch of skeletons. It's good. So that means that we can just get off after this floor and then upgrade our rock. Come on. This evasion, man. Doing wonders for this, bro here. Oh. To turn off the looping. Alright, I guess we're doing one more loop. Okay, but that's also good to know. You only get a boon once for a floor, so you can't just loop the floor and get a bunch of boons and then go on. Which is probably smart. Now, you could start at the top and then go all the way down and get a bunch of boons that way. Like, it takes longer, obviously, but... Why is it not... I guess I couldn't get off on that floor because we had already completed it. Okay, so that's another thing we've learned. If you've completed a floor before, you can't get off on that floor either. Okay, so we're learning how this system works. That's fine. We're doing just fine though. I don't know. By the way, our familiar died again. Oh, this guy's gonna suck. He's gonna give us a lot of meat. Uh-oh. We'll take it. Every 0.7 seconds, he's hitting us in faster than a second. That is a lot of damage. Go back to camp. Okay, so we should have enough meat to upgrade the rock. We should also have enough wood. Okay, we're very close to that, but anyways. 50k meat, upgrade the storage. Now we can do mouse upgrade. Material level. Skeleton, skeleton, skeleton. Skeleton. Crow. 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 And we'll just hire some mice. Mouse. Mouse. And that's all we can do for that. So while that's going up, do we have enough for Bug Bright? Okay, we need 2.56 mil, so we can't get that any higher. Thought we could maybe get that to a level up, but it doesn't look like we can. What do we need to get that up? Oh, this could have gone up. This only needs 31k meat, so actually the wood storage could have gone up before the rock storage did. So we probably need to get the wood storage up next. Okay. Go ahead and try to get these upgrades here. When it's lower like this, it's not too bad. Reflection chance. Okay, so we only need... that. Okay, so all of those are locked until we get 250,000 meat. So that's going to be a while, but at 31,000 meat, which we can easily get to, we can upgrade this storage again, which 10 times 2 million would be 20 million. Is that enough to get... yeah, that'd be enough to get level 2 on the bug brute. So... I wish we could generate this faster. This generates so slow, man. Oh, I forgot to get our familiar back. Okay, so we need to walk out with 31,000, so we'll just say 32,000 meat. And then, okay, so those yellow glints, I think, are the opportunity attacks that we're getting from our stone upgrade. Hey, welcome in, Jason Plays and Raiders. How are you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. You're playing some Last of Us Part 2. How are you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know who I am, MaskofGames, play a variety of games here on the channel, mostly horror, mostly retro. Tonight we are checking out a horror idle game, auto battler, clicker. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of weird things all kind of mushed together. A bunch of things I don't normally play, but we're checking it out. It's called Horripilant. I don't know. We're checking it out. It's interesting so far. It's very, very slow paced. Very slow paced. But hopefully you're doing well. Also, if you need to raid and run for any reason, get you some food, get you some water, or go take a nap. I completely understand. Just throw us a follow, come back when you can. We'd love to have you. Also, if it's your first time here, feel free to tell us what's your favorite retro game, what's your favorite horror game, and if you have one, what's your favorite retro horror game. Love to hear from you. Or feel free to keep lurking. We do like our lurkers here. So thank you so much for the raid. Jason plays. Played some more of it, went well, had some good progress. Nice, nice. Very, very cool, very cool. I'm glad you're having fun with it. I know that's that game. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I know that game can be. Some people really liked it. Some people were not the hugest fan of it as a sequel, but I'm glad you're getting to enjoy it nonetheless. So, yeah, I do appreciate the raid. Pretty long game, but definitely a roller coaster. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, I don't remember how long that is. I've never played it myself, but I remember it being. I think it's probably longer than the first one, right? So, I'm not sure. I've never played the Last of Us game, but we're gonna go ahead and longer than the first for sure. Okay. Yeah, we're going and get into this. The game basically, again, it's got an auto battler, it's got an idle game. Like, a lot of this game plays itself. It does have little things like here I can click on, but a lot of this game plays itself. But we're checking this out. It's very interesting. I know there's a lot going on the screen, but most of this is just little side information. This is just telling me what is happening with the experience and gain. This tells us how far into a level we are. This is our picture, health, experience. This is actually the clicker side of stuff. So we're generating resources as we're doing dungeon stuff, and then this is our gear. But yeah, welcome in. We don't usually play games like this, but it looked interesting, so I figured I'd check it out. But yeah, I do appreciate the raid. We're not super far into this. We've only been streaming for a couple hours, so it's a very interesting game, to say the least. Right now we're trying to build up to 32-ish thousand meat so we can upgrade our wood stuff. We need those upgrades to get better gear upgrades so we can get deeper in the dungeon, and yeah. So basically the clicker side of things upgrades the auto battler side of things, which you can then use to upgrade the roguelike side of things. So it's like I said, it's like 3 separate games all kind of jammed together. It's very interesting. So basically, there's a clicker with the resources. You can click on them and it gives you resources. They also click themselves because that's how clickers work. There's this auto battler, which is like a dungeon crawler thing. And then the deeper you go in the dungeon, the more of this resource you get. And this resource is used on a skill tree that makes you reborn. And essentially you do what I'm assuming is a roguelike thing. So you keep being reborn with more and more skills, essentially. So it's interesting. Like I said, we've only played a couple hours of it, but it's got a lot going on. It's got a lot going on. Definitely a bunch of stuff that not normal content for me, but I like all sorts of horror stuff. So figured plus I like old dungeon crawlers and I liked the aesthetic of this, so it kind of gave me a vibe that I was like, oh, okay, well, we'll check it out. I don't play a lot of auto battlers or idle games, and I'm not a fan of roguelikes, so I was trying to see if maybe this would be the game that changed it all, but we will see. Oh, did we... Oh, do we have enough? Are we just short? Oh, we have oof. Perfect. Okay, so we need to upgrade this storage, so now we can hold 20 million wood. So now we're going to try to save up for this, because whenever we level something up, it does a big boost to how much we have. So we're going to save up to 2.5 million wood to get the bug bright to level up. So this is the clicker portion. We can click here to gather stuff, and then on occasion there will be these little sparkles that show up like this. We can grab those and they give us little bursts of stuff as well. But not only can we upgrade this stuff through the clicking, which we have 2 resources. We have a stone and we have wood. We can also upgrade our armor through that stuff. So you have to find like the balance between upgrading your armor and your clicking, and yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. We need to get our familiar back. Let's spend a little bit of meat there. You said we got a note. Piece of paper. Dash dash slash slash dash 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 slash. I thought maybe that's... Hey, Leaf. How you doing today? How did Scratch Keek go? Still don't know what this like weird person standing out here is. Also can't open this. Beat it, was alright, nothing too special. Yeah. Can open this. Do not impale the familiar. We already did that already. Scratch get some fun go up. Yeah, was not too sure how that was gonna play out, because like horror co-op has an interesting interesting ideal, but like I don't know if it's one of those that I don't know if it's one of those like in actuality is like as fun as it seems. Because there's a lot of games that have that stuff. Wanted to wait for the single player option. Oh, is it only? Is it only co-op? I thought it was like single player or co-op. Is it only co-op? Because that's kind of wild. Wow, that's a choice. Because like the obscure games back on the PS2, like they have co-op. but like you choose, right? Like you can play it co-op, but you don't have to. And that's back on PS2. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I didn't realize it was forced co-op. But, yeah. There's not a lot of just co-op story experiences though, which is really interesting to me. Because I feel like with as many horror games as there are, you would think that there would be a lot of like horror story experiences, but like outside of the like Dark Pictures, those kinds of games, there's not a lot. Like, you have the Obscure games, Obscure 1 and 2, back on PS2, which they are on Steam, but only local co-op. I think you can force some weird stuff through remote play, but it gets a little wonky with how it reads controllers. And then I'm trying to think. There's not a lot that come to mind outside of those that are story based. Obviously, you have like your Lethal Companies and your Repos and stuff like that, but like story based stuff, there's not a lot. And like, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of like the Quarry and Man of Medan and like all of those things. Yeah, there's RE5, RE6. I guess there's those two. Is Revelations 1 and 2 also multiplayer? Aren't those multiplayer as well? I know one of the Revelation games is multiplayer, because you can play as, the girl who follows... Is it Claire around? Mariah? Mariah, I think's her name. Or Maria. It's not Maria, but I don't remember her name. But I think you could play co-op on one of those. So I guess there is the Resident Evil. A couple Resident Evils that have it. But yeah, it's just surprising, right? Like, that there's not a lot of horror story. I get it, right? Because it's kind of hard to tell a story that has tension when you have two people kind of goofing around, right? So I kind of get why it doesn't exist as much, but it is just an interesting thing. Oh, also, congratulations, Jason. I believe. Have you, yeah. Have you done the announcement on the thing? I'm assuming you've announced the thing, right? I thought I saw it on Twitter. I haven't caught your streams lately, but the the thing with the people. Have you announced the thing with the people before I'd announce it for you by accident? Okay. Well, yeah, I just wanted to congratulate you. Congratulations on making the Scary Cherries team. That is very cool. I hope it leads to bigger things for you. I know you were hoping. Yeah, I thought I saw it on Twitter, but I was like, I couldn't remember because like you and Press X to Jason, it's very easy for me to mix up you guys' names. So sometimes I'm like, was that Press X to Jason that said something, or was that Jason Plays who said something? So sometimes I'm like, I don't want to like, oops, this was the wrong person. So, but okay, yeah. So congratulations. I also checked your page and it has it in the about section. So I figured if you put it in your stream stuff, you probably announced it. But hopefully you're able to do some cool stuff with the team and everything. I know you've been working hard on both YouTube and Twitch to build the community and stuff. So I hope it really pays off for you and everything. I did everything a little. Got some auto shoutouts. Nice, nice. I was thinking mix it up. I have mixed it up. I have not done the auto shoutouts thing. That is something I need to sit down and do. I thought I had it set up, but I have auto raid shoutouts for members of the team, the Crypt Stream team, through Seribot. But I need to figure out how to set up auto shoutouts for everyone, like for you and like Leave and Void and like everybody else, through Mix It Up. I have Mix It Up. It's how I do my tokens and stuff, but I have not messed with it a whole lot. So I had to redo OBS because I had been using Stream Elements OBS for the longest time to do like multi-streams and stuff. And I was trying to get the vertical streaming to work, and it kept crashing OBS. So I just threw the SE live thing out the window. I was just like, it kept crashing OBS. I could legitimately not use OBS to stream vertically with the Stream Elements thing, so I was just like, bye. I'm done with this. So I'm using a different thing now. I'm using what Twitch said to use for the vertical streaming, which is the ATM or ITM or whatever. So I'm using that plugin now for all of that. It wasn't OBS. It was Stream Elements. It was the Stream Elements plugin thing. I don't know why it's so janky. But anyways, I'm using the ITM thing. I've got the vertical streaming work. I've got the like YouTube multi-streaming. Like everything's working now. It seems to be doing well. So I'm happy. We got vertical streaming. We've got multi-streaming. It doesn't seem to be doing any more load or anything than it did before. So never used that plugin actually. It seems to be working fine. So I'm happy with it. I just wish I could do the stream to shorts to YouTube. Like for streaming to YouTube shorts, but I don't think I can do that and vertically stream to Twitch. Also, I don't know if I can stream to YouTube shorts without being like the YouTube whatever their like partner thing is, the where you're over like 500 subscribers. So unfortunately I'm not over that threshold, so I don't think I can do the stream to YouTube shorts. If I can't figure it out yet. So you might have to be like exclusive YouTube and YouTube short streams, and if that's the case, then just for your videos. Oh, well, there's a way to stream to like YouTube and YouTube Shorts at the same time, because I was watching a video about it, but when I tried to set it up, it didn't work. Pull clips from videos. Oh yeah, no. What I do is I just make clips on Twitch, and then I just send them over to YouTube as shorts. That's how I do. That's how I do clips. And then if I still use TikTok, I would move them to TikTok, but I don't use TikTok anymore, because you can set up clips to be vertical in Twitch and then just port the vertical version over. So that's all I do. The problem is I'm just not a very clippable person. I've realized that as like in the past few months is I'm not the most clippable person in the world. I don't have a whole lot going on. I'm more of a long-winded person, if you will. So, which I'm fine with. Although I did sign up for that auto clipping thing with Twitch, so I'm very curious what. I only signed up for it because I'm very curious what that auto clipping thing is gonna do with my content. If it's just gonna be like, yeah, this is a good moment, and it's just me like staring at the computer. Just like, yeah, sure, great auto clip. Okay, let's go back. The material. Okay. So now we can do this. Didn't know about that. Yeah, you have to sign up for it, but I think they're only rolling it out to like very specific partners. And even then, I don't even know if it's working for them. It might be. I don't know. Maybe that's how they're getting all the best clips and stuff. But okay, so now that we've gotten... Now we're up to 2K in the wood there. I think our next goal is going to be focusing on upgrading our gear with our wood. So, because we're really behind in gear, and that's going to slow us down in the dungeon. I think that's where we need to focus our stuff now. So oh, I forgot to get our familiar again. Oh well. But let's go attack speed. But it's one of those things that, like, I wish I was more reactive the way that, like, clips work and stuff. Meat gain would be nice. But I'm really not. Like, it took me months to gather the clips for the little showcase, for the intro showcase that I have. And even that was, like, it still feels like a high school project. Like, it's not great. So I really wish I really wish I had more clippable moments, but I don't know. It's weird because, like, I play a lot of horror games, but I don't react to horror the way a lot of people do. Like, a lot of people are like, ah, or, like, you know, it's like they react like you would expect people to react to horror, but, like, I don't most of the time. So, like, a lot of times it's just me going, okay. Yeah. Like, I literally had a friend watching one of my playthroughs, and they talked about a moment where like they got scared by something that was on the screen, and they're like, "Yeah, you just said okay," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sorry." Like, I don't know. I just like it's not like it's a failing of the game or anything. It's just I just don't react to that stuff as much. I've gotten some reactions, some startles, you know, stuff like that, but like I don't know. Same. Just small flinch and me saying whoa. Not a full screen. Yeah, or like falling out of your chair or whatever. Now, like, I've raged at games and stuff, like, on occasion, and I think that's probably the stuff I would probably need to grab more often, is, like, me raging at games. But even then, I'm just like, you know, and, like, that's the end. It's not me, like, breaking my keyboard or, like, throwing something across the room or anything. Like, even my rage moments are like, get back in there, you know? Do it again. So, I don't know. So, it's just one of those things that, like, I really do wish... I wish I could sit down with someone with, like, one of my streams and they could go, okay, this is a moment you need to be looking for. So they could tell me, like, what piece of my content I could clip. Because I think that's what I'm missing, is just, like, maybe I'm just missing the moments that I could clip, right? Or I'm not thinking, oh, that is a clippable moment. Because I'm sure I do have moments that I could clip, but I'm so used to seeing what the big trending clips are, and most of them are those, like, throws keyboard across the room, or, like, falls out of the chair. You know, that kind of stuff, but, like, I only remember raging at the Chronos final boss. I think I only had to fight him, like, twice? But RE8 on the hardest difficulty. Oh, yeah. Man, I love her design so much, man. I think people focus on Dimitrescu way too much. I think Miranda is such a better design than Dimitrescu. That's just my personal opinion. I like Miranda so much better. Maybe not as a boss fight, but just as a design. As a boss fight, she's kind of easier, in my opinion. But then again, I haven't fought her on, like, the hardest difficulty or anything. I ain't doing that. I would... The less Resident Evil I have to play, the better. Which I know is probably very angering for some people. Because they're like, you're a horror fan and you don't like Resident Evil? Sorry, bro. It's just not my cup of tea. I think that's my one hot take for horror, is just I am just not a fan of Resident Evil. I mean, like, I don't hate it. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate Resident Evil, but, like, I just can't get into it, you know. Now that I've played through basically I played through all of them except most of the spin-offs and RE0 and 1 remake, which we will be doing 0 in remake at some point, because we raised enough money for charity to hit those milestones. But, like, other than playing those two, like, I'm gonna go crit ×2. Do we have ads again? Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know, man. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, I was thinking about the other day, I don't know if who's in ads, but I was literally thinking about it. It's like, if I had to play through any series, like, start to finish, repeatedly, of, like, horror franchises, it's actually not Resident Evil or Silent Hill. Even though I love Silent Hill. Don't get me wrong. Silent Hill is one of my favorite series of all time. If I had to pick a horror series to play start to finish repeatedly, you know what series that is? Fatal Frame. I would rather play through Fatal Frame as a series start to finish than both of those series. Because there's too many... I feel like there's too many entries and too many parts of the entries of both of those series that are just, like, tedious or just unfun that like, Fatal Frame doesn't really have. Like, there's a couple of annoying parts in, like, Fatal Frame 3, which is still my favorite Fatal Frame. But, like, the Fatal Frame as a series is just a solid series. Like, the first game is difficult. But, like, once you get through the difficulty of the first game, like, it's just a solid series, like, start to finish. And, like, I would rather just play through that series start to finish repeatedly than to do the same thing for Resident Evil or Silent Hill. And, I mean, there's also less of them. There's only 5 Fatal Frames where there's, what, 9 Silent Hills now, and if you just play the numbered ones, there's 9 Resident Evils now. Not count, well, if you count 0, technically there's 10 numbered ones, because you have 0 to 9. So... But yeah, I don't know, man. And it kills me too, because I'll talk to people, and I'm like, hey, have you played Fatal Frame? And they're like, nope. Why not? Why not? Why nobody play Fatal Frame? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, obviously, every game in every series, there are going to be things that they're not for everybody, right? But like, I feel like there's so many good horror games out there that get completely overshadowed because all people hear are the big games. And they're like, these are the games that you have to play. And it's like, yeah, but what about this one? And this one? And this one? And this one? And, like, most of the people have played, like, the big ones. And it's just like, yeah, but here's, like, 10 games that aren't even anywhere near those franchises that are actually really solid games. Like... And that's what I try to showcase. Like, sometimes we find some... We dig for gold and find some crap. Don't get me wrong, but like sometimes we find some really solid games. Like, I still talk about it. Like, one of my favorite survival horror games on the PS1 is actually not from a major franchise, even though technically it has a spin-off franchise. Oh, you were in ads. I was just talking about how Resident Evil is not my series, and how if I had to pick a series to play through start to finish repeatedly, it's actually neither Resident Evil or Silent Hill. And then I left it open for people to guess which one it was, and then I realized people were in ads, so I just said it. But it's Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame is the series that, like, if I had to play through start to finish repeatedly, it'd probably be the Fatal Frame series. But no, oh, yeah. That series like gets no coverage, and it really saddens me. But there's just a lot of games that like people are like, oh, play Resident Evil, oh, play Silent Hill, and like again, don't get me wrong, I love Silent Hill. I love it as a series. It's got some issues throughout the series, obviously. Every long running series tends to have issues, but there's so many other games like throughout the generations that I feel like don't get their flowers. And I try to showcase those games, man. Like, and what I was saying when you came back from ads is one of the games on PS1 that's like one of my favorite survival horror games that like I constantly talk about, that a lot of people don't play, obviously because it's locked to PS1 and has no ports or anything, which is a problem with a lot of the games, is Kodelka. I love Kodelka. I think it's an amazing game. It's half survival horror, half JRPG. I'm not a big JRPG fan, but the way it handles it is really cool. Like, it's just like it's just all these other like games get overshadowed by like the big games, and it's so sad to see, because like everybody's like, you know, oh, you know, I'm a big fan of horror, and it's like they'll play like these like 3 big horror things, and like that's it. And it's just like there's so much more to horror, right? There's so much more, and it just saddens me because I know they would also love these other 15 experiences, right? Because they're fans of horror, right? Like, they're fans of horror, obviously. But... okay. But, like... they don't play them, or they don't know about them, or both, you know. Okay, 156 meat, 250. And it just really saddens me, because it's just like people will go out and they'll talk to some of these people about like recommendations, and then they'll hear the same like 3 recommendations. Oh, play Resident Evil, play Silent Hill, right? Or play, you know, this other big game that came out recently, you know. Trying to think of like another big horror game that came out recently. Can't really think of anything. You know, like whatever the popular horror thing is at the time. Usually some like jump scare thing that's clippable, right? And it's just like, that does such a disservice to all the other like horror experiences that are out there, because there's so much to explore in horror as a medium that like that is accessible, right? Like there's stuff outside of like the retro side of stuff, because like obviously emulation's a lot easier now than it used to be, but it's some of it's still inaccessible to people, like people that only have consoles and stuff like that. But there's still a lot that is accessible, but people aren't getting recommended those things. And it's sad, because like a perfect example is you can get pretty cheap. You can get a copy on PS4. I don't think it works on PS5, but like on PS4, you can get a copy of, which I think digitally you probably can get a copy of it. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But like Fatal Frame 4 and 5, right? I'm sure they're available digitally. You can get physical copies on PS4, and then you can download an official translation patch. It's literally from the developers. Those are available. And they just released a remake of Fatal Frame 2. You can play 3 of the 5 games of Fatal Frame. But I hardly ever, like, in any conversation I have, when I hear, hey, I'm wanting to get into horror or retro horror, what game should I check out? I hardly ever hear anybody mention Fatal Frame. And it's just like, okay, I have an emulator set up for PS1 games. What horror should I look at? I don't hear anyone mention Kodelka or Galarians. On occasion, you'll get the people mention Parasite Eve, but I don't hear anybody mention, like, Clock Tower, right? And which is, you know, it depends on where you're at. Some people love Clock Tower and they will mention Clock Tower, but very rarely does that happen. And it's just one of those things that it's just like I said, it's just very sad to me, because there's a lot of those experiences that could be people's favorites experiences. I mean, our follow notification here, I'll literally set it off for you. Our follower notification is Clock Tower 2. How do you do this again? Okay, here we go. So if here we go. Send test alert.
You're crazy.
That right there, the "you're crazy," which I need to see what that looks like on vertical. Oh, good. That's not too bad. Actually, I should probably move that up here. Good. That way it doesn't block any of the game. I don't know why I had it down there. But that's from Clock Tower 2, right? That's a goofy game. It's a goofy horror game. It's very much like a B horror game, a B movie, but a horror game, right? And some people would love that experience. You don't get a lot of experience that feels like playing a B movie, like a B horror movie. And I don't see people recommending that. Like, on an emulator side of thing. On like a physical side of thing, I understand why people don't recommend it. It's an expensive game, or it can be. I think that game is like $300 something, right? Let's see. Yeah, it's like $370. I can understand why people aren't recommending that physical. Obviously. That is asking a whole lot of people to physically own stuff especially when it comes to retro horror. But if people are okay with emulation, there's tons of experiences. But again, I just see like, oh, play Silent Hill, play Resident Evil, and it's just like, sure, those are like the namestays. Those are the everyone knows these. But there's just like, why are people not talking about, what's it like, The Suffering, or Second Sight, or Galarians? You get a few people talk about Lifeline, just because Lifeline is also a silly experience, because you have to use a microphone to direct the character around. That's the one where you have to be like, go through door. And then she's like, why do you want to know about my dog? And it's like, what? Go through the door. Or look at picture, and then she shoots it. Like that's Lifeline. If you've not seen that game, it's wild. This game. This is the one I'm talking about, by the way. It's called Lifeline. But that's insane. Oh, you want to know something crazier than that? Jason? This game right here is $1,600. You think 370 is insane? That right there is $1,600. That's why I tell people to emulate video games. That's why I tell people to emulate video games. Actually, I haven't checked the price recently. Maybe it's gone down. Maybe for the first time in forever, it's gone down in price. Nope. No, it has not. It is still $1,600. Oh, actually, at one point it was literally 1 point last month. This is insane. 1 point last month, it was $1,700. Fun, right? Video games. No, I didn't pay that much for it, by the way. I do not have that much disposable income. If I had that much disposable income, things would be a lot different. But yeah, it's because like I have a ton of stuff that like I always look over. By the way, my shelf of retro games is like right next to my desk, so I can easily grab stuff and show it off. But like I have a ton of stuff that I feel like they're close enough to the kinds of experiences people would be like, I like this experience. Like, it'd be like, okay, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Like the one I always talk about, people have heard of The Ring, right? Like the movie, The Ring. There's an official video game for that, based on the official lore of that game. It's called Ring Terror's Realm. Right? It's on the Dreamcast. It's an official game based on the official lore. Now, it is a bit goofy, but it's a survival horror game. And honestly, playing through it, it's pretty solid, except the final boss is really difficult. Which, as you might guess, the final boss has something to do with the ring. I won't spoil what it is, but you might be able to guess. But it's really cool, because it's like, you know. Also something I found out recently, something we didn't get in North America. If you've ever seen the movie Men in Black, in Europe, I believe it's PAL. In Europe, there is a survival horror Men in Black game. It was on PC as well. I think we got the PC version, but we didn't get the console version, the PlayStation 1 version. So yeah, I think it's just called Men in Black. Hold on, let me look it up, because we did get a different Men in Black. So there's Men in Black 2 Alien Escape, but there's a PS1. Yeah, Men in Black the game. It's super cheap, but it's only in the PAL format on PlayStation 1. But you can get it for like $15. And it is legitimately sold as a survival horror Men in Black game. Like, it's crazy. Super cheap. Super cheap. But it's just, it's crazy, because again, people are like, oh, the only survival horror games are Silent Hill, Resident Evil. And it's like, guys, come on now. There's that's not even true for the era that it existed in. Like, now, of course, people aren't saying that's the only one, but like, those are the ones again that get constantly recommended, and like, some people don't like those, right? Some people don't like Resident Evil. Some people don't like Silent Hill. But like, there's other ones you can recommend. Like I said, there's Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame plays completely differently than both Silent Hill and Resident Evil, right? Like, that's its whole thing. This game literally plays itself. I don't know why I'm not like letting this play itself while we talk. I'm gonna just really just gonna turn this game volume down. Hold on. Let's turn this game's volume down and let this game play itself. But like, it's one of those things that like, and I know I talk about Fatal Frame a lot. People are probably sick of hearing it, but there's also like, we played like the Evil Dead game on PlayStation 1, Hail to the King. That one, a little bit difficult at the start, but like, it's actually a pretty interesting survival horror game on itself. There's actually a couple, I think PS2. Is there two? Yeah, I have two PS2 Evil Dead games that we haven't played yet. Right? Those might not be as survival horror as that one was. Trying to think. There's Cold Fear, which just recently got, I think, like a PC port. Which is a PS2 survival horror game. It's interesting. It's supposed to be, I think, like, I don't know if it's zombies or aliens, but it's like a on a ship outbreak, but they're not like, I don't know. I think they're supposed to be like aliens, but maybe they're zombies. I don't know. It's a weird thing. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, and there's also a lot of like just limited knowledge, right? Limited, like, people only know about like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Like, that's the extent. Maybe they know like a little bit about like other things, like one or two other things, and I get that, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff out there, you can't know everything, right? So, like, I'm not gonna, like, hold that against somebody. That's very gatekeepy, obviously. But, which is wrong. Don't gatekeep people. But, like, that's the reason why, you know, I play the random stuff that I do sometimes, or what seems like the random stuff I do sometimes, is because, you know, I'm hoping that, like, sometimes those people will come by and be like, ooh, what's this? This looks cool. I'm interested in this, right? Yeah, I said that, and immediately, you know what popped in my head? Symphony of the Night. I'm interested in this. Anyways, if you know, you know. Tax sweet. But it's I think it's also sad because there are some people that will also gatekeep because of those series. They're like, "Oh, you haven't done this series. You're not." Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Meat. But like, they'll be like, "Oh, you haven't done the Resident Evil games. You know, you're not a real horror fan, or you haven't done Silent Hill. You're not a real horror fan." Those people can go fly a kite. Like, forget that stuff. Don't gatekeep. Because those are the people that I walk up to and go, "Okay, what's the name of the character from Overblood?" I'll wait. I actually did that to somebody. I legitimately did that to somebody. Somebody was just like, yeah, I've got eclectic knowledge too. And I'm like, okay. And, you know, I was like, well, I collect a lot of, like, retro, you know, like, random retro stuff. And we were playing... What were we playing? Oh, we were playing Hell Is Us. And someone was talking about how they also had eclectic knowledge and they knew a bunch about a bunch of things and how they could guess anything. And I was just like, okay, sure. What's the name of the main character from Overblood? And I was like, I'll count to 10. Because, of course, you have to put a timer on it, otherwise they'll just Google it. And I was just like, you know, counting down. And, of course, they can't name it. And the thing is I was like, I would have even given you 2 chances there. Because the character in Overblood has amnesia. When he first finds a name, he thinks it's his name, and it's actually wrong. He finds out what his real name is later on. I would have taken either one of those names. I actually gave them like 2 chances to be correct, and they didn't even guess, right? And I'm just like, this is the problem, right? This is why we don't gatekeep, because there's always going to be someone that knows more than you. There's always going to be someone who knows less than you, right? The point is you want more people to be a part of the hobby, not less. And gatekeeping is just dumb. But anyways, let me get off that soapbox. By the way, if you want to see that conversation, it should be in our Hell Is Us playthrough. I think it's when we were doing the graveyard sequence. I don't even know if that person's still in our community, to be honest. I don't remember what their name is. By the way, the name of the character... Here is your answer to the trivia question today. The 2 names that character goes by is Rex and Raz. His real name is Raz, per the manual. But I call him Diet Berry Rex as a joke, because when he gets at the beginning of Overblood, he's in a room that's freezing, and he gets a puffer jacket. It's like a puffer jacket vest, and he looks exactly like Barry from Resident Evil. I'm not even kidding. So I call him Diet Berry Rex as a joke. Which, by the way, another game no one talks about. That's a survival horror sci-fi game on the PS1. You can't see it because our friend here is green, but there it is right there, Overblood. And if you look, I don't know if you can see his face, but if you look right there, you can kind of see his face. He kind of looks like Barry. And he doesn't have the puffer jacket on there, but he does kind of look like Barry. And when he puts the puffer jacket on, I swear, I kid you not, he looks like Barry from Resident Evil. There's actually 2 of these games, but we did not get the second game in the US. We only got the first game. There is an Overblood 2. But you actually control 3 characters with unique abilities to complete your quest. But yeah, it is a 3D sci-fi adventure, kind of survival horror-ish. You also get a little robot buddy. So, there you go. That's the game I was talking about. So, all right, where are we at? Floor 11. Let's go with another. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. I just want to share all of these cool things with people, but the problem is all of the spotlight tends to be on people that want to, like, they want to be that person, right? They want to be the gatekeeper of, this is what horror is, right? It's the things that fit in this little box. Or anything, really, right? It's not even just horror. It's a lot of stuff online. Would you kill this bird, please? Like, they want things to be in these boxes. And that, like, that's what's getting the spotlight, is people that are assigning these boxes. And it's sad because, like, I don't want the spotlight. I'll be perfectly clear. I don't want spotlight. I don't want fame. Like, fortune would be nice because then I can help people. Like, I've made it abundantly clear. If I ever made the, like, big bundles of cash, all I'm going to do with that money is help people with this stream, like charities, nonprofits, other streamers, like, my family. Like, it's going to be used to help people. That's where that money would go if I ever had the fortune from streaming. It's not going to go to cars. It's not going to go to houses. It's not going to go to, like, I'll finish off my retro collection. That would be the only splurge that I would do, which, by the way, it's not going to be a whole hell of a lot. So, like, but, like, the problem is that the spotlight's on a lot of people that are creating these boxes, and then people are coming up and being like, "Hey, what about this thing, or what about this?" And they're like, "No, that doesn't fit in the box." And it's like, well, actually, it does. And then, like, people are attacking them, right? And I see it online all the time, and it saddens me. Now, I personally am not getting attacked because I'm not starting those conversations, because I know that's where it's leading, right? That's why I don't engage with those posts and stuff, because I know that all it's going to lead to is an argument where 100 people are going to say the person in the spotlight are right and I'm wrong and I don't know what I'm talking about. And the reason I know that is because I've done that before. I've been in those arguments. I've been in those discussions, and that's what ends up happening. People would look at this game, right? They'd look at this game, they take one look at this game and go, "This isn't horror." I guarantee you people would do that. Because there's nothing jump scaring you here. There's nothing here to horrify you. But in definition, this is a horror game. It has a ton of things that define it as horror. Right? Sure, it's a clicker game. Sure, it's an auto battler. Sure, it's even a roguelike. But it's also a horror game. Right. But the problem is people, they don't want to have conversations like that. Some people, not everybody, not everybody. The generalizations are harmful like that, but some people don't want to have those conversations. They just want to go, "This is what the thing is, and that's what it has to be," right? And that's what sucks with being a fan of certain genres or certain groups of things. Like, for me, it's specifically horror or even retro in some cases. Is I see a lot of that. Let's go crit chance. I think we're going to go ahead and try to get down to 15. We seem to be doing okay on health, and we have gotten some upgrades. But it's just, it comes from people having this fear of, if something gets too broad, it loses its meaning. Which I understand, right? I understand the fear of, well, if we start defining all of these things as horror, or all of these things as sci-fi, or all of these things as XYZ, well, then it doesn't mean anything anymore. I get that. I get that fear. But the thing is people will understand the difference, right? They can look at something, in most cases, and be able to go, okay, Hello Kitty is not a horror game. Even though it has a scary section to the park, Hello Kitty's Island Adventure is not a horror game. Right? Unless, getting overwhelmed with all the tasks is a horrific thing for you, in which case it very obviously is. No, I'm kidding. But, it's obvious you can look at a game and go, there is no intent here to be a horror game. There's no tropes, there's no structure, there's nothing about it that's intending. Hey, D-Man, how you doing? There's no intent there in the development to be a horror game, right? And I think that's the part that a lot of people forget. Is it scares me. It's happy and bright. Yes, unlike the real world. Sorry, that was a little dark humor, but it's one of those things that there's a lot of things that like kind of play on that fear. Hey, welcome in, Concave Koala and Raiders. Hopefully you're doing well today. Let me go ahead and pause this. What were you playing? Doing some retro. Interesting. Let me go ahead and switch over here. See how you're doing. Welcome in, Koala and Raiders. If you've never been here before, I'm MaskofGames. Play a variety of games here on the channel, mostly horror, mostly retro. And tonight we are doing a game called Horripilant, I think is how you say it. It is a clicker, auto battler, roguelike, all jammed into one, but also a horror game. It's very interesting. Right now we're just having kind of a discussion on horror games and kind of just discussions in general. But welcome in, everybody. Hopefully, playing some Mega Man 3. Thank you. I was about to ask, what retro were you playing tonight? Nice, Mega Man 3. Is the Mega Man 3 where they added the slide, or was that 2? Which one did they add the slide into? But welcome in, everybody. Again, I'm MaskofGames. But thank you for the raid. If you need a raid run for any reason, get you some food, get you some water, or go take a nap. I completely understand. Just throw us a follow, come back when you can. We'd love to have you. Also, if it's your first time here, I do like to ask of our raiders, what's your favorite retro game? What's your favorite horror game? And if you have one, what's your favorite retro horror game? Feel free to drop that in chat. We do love to hear from you. Or feel free to keep lurking. We do like our lurkers here. So I do appreciate it. They added the slide on 3. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, I think 3 is when they added the slide. I couldn't remember. But yeah, feel free to keep lurking with us. Right now, like I said, we're just having a discussion. This game it has a lot of stuff that it does by itself, so feel free to join the discussion. Right now, we're just kind of talking about how people create boxes for things and how we have to battle against those ideals to reconstruct and build a more inviting community around those generalizations. So, but the game is again mostly playing itself, because it's both a clicker and an auto battler. So I make a few decisions here and there, and then the rest of the game does it itself. But welcome in as well. I believe I'm following you. Let me double check. Yes, I am indeed following you. I had to make sure. Sometimes Twitch does that. Well, Twitch does this weird thing sometimes where it's like, hey, you've been following them for a year. What would happen if we just randomly unfollowed you? Have a good day. And it just does that. I don't know why. It's weird. But again, thank you for the raid. We're going to switch over here so you can at least watch some gameplay. Right now we are fighting Boss Skeleton. He just got clobbered. Let's go crit. but this is the auto battler portion. You can see some numbers over here on the side. This is the clicker portion that is doing itself. We'll probably be jumping up there in a second to go check on that. But tell us about Mega Man 3. But yeah, we were just talking about how branching out and, you know, not just playing what's categorized as the must plays for a genre can sometimes lead you to some really interesting, fun, and even in some cases better experiences. We were specifically talking about horror. That is my area of expertise, horror games. We were talking specifically about how a lot of people tend to point to things like Resident Evil or Silent Hill as like the must-plays, but how there is a plethora of other horror that could be even better for certain audiences, and how, unfortunately, online people tend to create those boxes, and if you try to argue with them, they get up in arms about it. But so I have to raid and run now. I'll keep having great night and stream for me. Favorite horror game, Evil Within. Retro game, Super Mario Brothers 3. Nice. Not the biggest fan of the first Evil Within, but I do like Evil Within 2. And Super Mario Brothers 3, always a classic. Always a classic. So I do appreciate it. Get you some rest. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. I hope everything goes well for you tomorrow. And have a good one. But yeah, it's hello, Brutus River Chip. Welcome in. Alright, we got another skeleton. We might have to go topside after this guy, just so we can use some of this resource. Plus our health is getting mighty low. Smack him in the face there. But yeah, there's a lot of issue with categorization. Sometimes I've had a few conversations with people. Okay, back to camp. And unfortunately, they okay. We've got 3 million. Night Void. They have different, I guess, criteria when it comes to what they view in certain category of things versus how I particularly view them. Let's say, don't we have... Okay, we almost have enough meat for that upgrade. That one's almost double that, so definitely gonna want to do... I mean, we don't really need the storage. We're not making enough for the storage to really matter yet. So we're gonna need to upgrade a lot of this stuff first. I have no idea what that means, Brutus River Chip. But, okay, so we got, let's see. So we could almost grab, no, actually we can't. Could go with damage. Let's see. That would be most of our stuff. The problem is I can't tell. So it's interesting here. Okay, it does tell you. I was like, I couldn't tell like what the upgrade does. So the first thing it tells you is the damage upgrade. So it would give us +4 damage. Can you date boys? What? I mean, men would be a better term there. But yes, if you're interested in men, you can date whoever you want to. Your grandmother is 78. Okay. Congratulations. My great grandmother was 92 when she passed. Lived a long life. Let's see. What do we want to do upgrade wise? Could start working on some of these like lower end ones. Regen could be very important here. So could evasion. Let's see. I'm gonna see what would be our best course of action. Do we want to drop? Your grandmother is here with you. Well, that's nice. Hello, Brutus's grandmother. Hopefully you're having a wonderful whatever time it is for you. We are currently doing some dungeon delving. Once I figure out what the heck I want to do with these upgrades. I think I'm going to go with the regen. Because that'll keep us alive longer. Okay. So let's go. She's on dialysis? Well. That a lot of people go through that. Hope that it works out for her. Send the dungeon. Alright. But alright. Let's go damage boost. But yeah, so what ends up happening a lot of times online with discussions is people end up. In fact, we had a talk yesterday when we were playing Banjo-Tooie that we were running into where there was someone was having a discussion with us where they were a big fan of Banjo-Tooie and kept running into the issue of drawing like false equivalencies. And that's a thing that can happen in discussions a lot too, is where sometimes you just have an issue where the discussion itself can be like, it could be a good discussion, but then kind of ends up kind of like being like a tennis match, right? Like you just keep knocking it back and forth, but not really getting any points across. Would I like to come to your house? No. No, thank you. That is a kind offer, but no. And much like that discussion ended, it basically was one of those like the points were made, but it didn't seem like the points were made kind of discussion. Because the problem is when people stand firm on a stance, sometimes they can like miss what is being said because it doesn't align. And let's see. Let's go with regen. And that can lead to its own set of issues in a conversation. Do I know computers? I do know computers. And unfortunately, there is an interesting thing that happens as well online, where what happens with fandoms a lot is there's a look for confirmation bias, where it's just like I'm not looking for actual discussion. I'm looking for you to confirm what I believe or confirm what I know. And that happens in fandoms a lot of like, I like this thing. You must like this thing I like. And a lot of times in fandoms that is the case, right? But outside of that, when you want to have discussions, a lot of times it's like, actually, these are issues, right? And then sometimes you can actually have discussions about that. But other times it's like, no, we can't talk about this thing. I like this thing. It doesn't have issues, right? And that can happen quite often as well with online discussions. And I've also found that like, and it happens a lot more with like retro games or games that are more well known, that like the confirmation bias tends to happen more often because they are more ingrained, right? Like people are like, they're more like, this is my game, right? Like that no one can convince me otherwise. No, I'm not going to play Deltarune. I've not played any of Deltarune or whatever the thing that came out, Undertale. So I have no intention to play either one of those games. So, but and that also keep in mind that that's not like a personal failing or anything. You know, we're human. We do that, and I do that too. There's times where I've been like, no, this game's perfect. What are you talking about? What? No. And a lot of times, it takes me stepping away from the conversation or the media or whatever to go, hold on a second. Hold on a second. No, nothing's perfect, right? Like, we need to take a breather here. Why am I reacting like this? Why is the flag on the corner? This flag right here? That's the non-binary flag. I am non-binary. That's why that flag is on the corner. But so I fall prey to that too. That's why, like, I tell people, like, we're human. You know, we have faults. We have, you know, we'll make mistakes, and owning up to those is a part of the the show as well, of being human, part of the experience of being human. Because you don't apologize for bad English. I figured that you were struggling with it. It's no problem, Brutus. At least you're trying. Let's go again. But it's, you know, like, none of us are infallible, right? And I think that's something that happens, that I see sometimes with like, people that create content too. Is sometimes they forget, like, that they're not that they're not infallible. And now sometimes with, you had a free trip to India, would you come over to India? Technically, I had a job offer to go to India back in, like, 2015, and no, I didn't go. So probably not, but I don't know. I don't get much ability to travel as of late, but anyways, there is also a thing with content creation, when it comes to, like, being wrong, where some people will, like, they look for any moment to strike, right? And that's why I tell a lot of people, content creators, you know, when you feel like someone's vibe is off and stuff, to, like, get rid of them. And, like, people are like, that's kind of intense or kind of pointed, and I'm like, you'd be surprised, because, like, sometimes people, like, all they need is that one opening to like, really ruin the vibe, or really ruin the community if they're given the shot. And that's why it's important to, you know, if you start to feel like something's going awry, you just, you know, do what you gotta do. And, like, it seems like a harsh punishment to ban quickly, but, like, I've seen too many people, like, hold their tongue, or hold out, to see if, like, the person chills out or whatever. And sometimes, don't get me wrong, sometimes it's fine. Like, sometimes that person does chill out or whatever, but a lot of times it does not work out. And it's unfortunate, because there's a lot of good people that end up... no, you cannot send pictures, Brutus. But a lot of people will try to take advantage of any opening they can, and it's unfortunate, because, you know, a lot of us try to build helpful, kind communities, and to have that stuff taken advantage of really puts a damper on, like, our focus, our forward momentum, and, you know, having to deal with all of the side stuff that comes from that. You know, it's it can be disappointing, you know. But that's why, you know, I tell people to make sure they protect their communities as best they can, as quickly as they can. I have no idea who that is, Gamer Woods, but welcome in. Hoping our region can get us back into something useful. I wanted to try to make more progress in the dungeon, but doesn't look like we're going to be able to do it. So I don't think we're going to do another stream of this game, unfortunately. It's starting to get to the point where it is very much in just an idle game, which is what I figured was going to happen, but I wanted to give it a shot. Because I don't, like I said, I don't play a lot of games like this, so I think it's always interesting to branch out. Because I think basically all we really have to wait for now is just like waiting for wood to populate, to upgrade things, to fight more monsters, to upgrade things like that. That's literally just where we're at. Because like we can upgrade our wooden storage, but we're making so little in comparison. Like we have 1/10 of what we need. Right? Like it's just so and yeah. Country is your flag. It is not a country flag, it is a non-binary flag. Happy Pride. I guess I should probably put this back there. Country of non-binary. Imagine. Sure someone's made that joke before. Hey, Captain Gamer, how you doing today? Am I? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Just hoping these storms don't come back. Been dealing with storms and stuff all week, which is why we're not streaming at the time that I would like to stream. But other than that, doing alright. I'm actually kind of a bit hungry, to be honest. Probably make me some food after the stream and then watch some videos and relax. Figure out what we're going to stream tomorrow. UK's going... Yeah, I hear there are a lot of people dealing with the heat wave stuff. We've got some people in the stream team that have been dealing with that as well. So I need to do that now. Hopefully it's not too bad. Not too bad. Don't want anybody melting away or anything. But I mean, I have a in-room air conditioner and fans, so like even when it's 105 outside where I'm at, I'm still keeping cool. So, but I know the UK doesn't have a lot of. There's places that don't have fans and water, so you should be. Yeah. Given our health, I guess I'll just go back to camp. You know, I didn't think about something. If I put the fire out and then use this, can I see anything? No? Okay. No. Okay. But yeah, I usually keep my room pretty cold, so pretty cold year round. There's no point in me upgrading the max storage of that. I might as well save up for this. This is much more important. Yeah. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit that save button right there, friends. And I do think that is where we're going to call it a stream. So, I'm not sure how the gameplay cycle is supposed to work for that. But we are going to go ahead and oh, there's a new update for Path of Exile 2. Nice. It's adding a new passive tree. Cool. But we're probably not going to play any more of that. It was a nice little stream of, again, that is Horripilant, I think is how you say that. It's a few bucks on Steam. About $5 on Steam. $5-6. I think I got it for $5. It's an idle game. It's a dungeon, auto battle or dungeon crawler. And it had a roguelike thing that we didn't really mess with, but I figured if we had messed with that, it probably would have just made things even longer. So I didn't mess with it. So, but what's coming up? We're probably going to be the next few streams. So we've got Thursday, Friday, still taking Saturdays off as normal. Thursday, Friday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So 5 days. We have 5 days. We're gonna probably keep playing some like little pickups of things, little checking things out. Maybe play a cozy game here or there. But in July, again, I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, but in July we are going to do a kind of celebration month. There was a bunch of stuff we didn't get to celebrate throughout the year that I would like to celebrate in July. January marked 5 years of affiliated streaming. I didn't get to celebrate that because a family pet passed away literally the day I would have celebrated that. April, I did not do a stream for my birthday, and we've hit not 500, but we've hit 800 followers here on Twitch. So a lot of stuff to celebrate this year that just haven't got to celebrate yet. So we're gonna wrap that all up in a kind of a gimmick month, if you want to look at it like that. I don't know. I've been watching. I watch a lot of wrestling, or used to watch a lot of wrestling, so I guess I'll just call it gimmick month. But basically, I have a thing planned. I'm gonna probably make a flyer, make a post on Twitter about it. But we're gonna do. I have a theme planned, I guess is the best way of putting it. I have a theme planned for next month in July. We're gonna play a bunch of horror games, celebrate all of those things. It should be a good time. And then in August, we're going to be going into a bunch of new stuff. So we're going to try to finish up Friends' Favorite Retro. We're going to be starting a new horror series. Those will be the two focus. After we finish Friends' Favorite Retro, we're probably going to start a new retro series, which may or may not be horror. But also we'll see what's coming out come the end of the year. Because I do believe, hold on, when does Townfall come out? Is that October or is that September? September. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, I think that's in September, so I think August is relatively safe. But we'll definitely be taking a break throughout the end of the year to play the releases. Townfall will be one of those. Obviously, we got to play Silent Hill Townfall. We will do a playthrough of that. I'm very excited for that. Like, the devs that are working on that, I've liked their past two games. However, this is going to be a Silent Hill game, so we'll see what they do with a big IP behind them. I don't know. I feel like I'm the only one that's like really kind of excited for it. I feel a lot of people are just like, this is not going to be good. They see the first person perspective, they're not too happy with that, or they kind of see the vibes and they're not vibing with it, which is fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. A lot of people just don't seem to be vibing with it. But honestly, I don't know. It looks good to me. I from what I've seen, I'm kind of excited. I didn't watch any of the interviews or anything, and I've only seen like little clips of it. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to be just a dumpster fire, but who knows? I'm just trying to stay positive. I've given up trying to be, overly critical of games at this point. I'm just trying to have some fun with games with the time that we have. I've got 1,000 billion games to play, so I want to play them. If they're good, great. If they're bad, maybe we can have some fun with them, and then we'll just move on. That's kind of the goal here. So that's the plan. So we'll have some pickup games next few days, and then we'll have a themed month for July, and then we'll get back to retro and horror stuff. We're going to be doing horror stuff all through July, but like a new horror series and Friends' Favorite Retro in August. So I hope everyone will join us for that stuff. So thank you so much for being here. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button, or if you're over there on YouTube, the subscription button. Both are completely free and help the channel out tremendously. Also, feel free to share us out with your friends, family, and Discord communities. We are family friendly here, except when we do collabs. Everyone is welcome as long as they are kind. That is it. That is the only prerequisite. Also, a follow and a subscription will let you know when we go live. We are trying to go live back at our afternoon start time. However, this week is a little rocky. We've got storms going all week. On Monday, we had 2 power outages and a tornado warning. So this week is a little up in the air. I will stream when I'm able to stream. So just keep an eye on Twitter. I will try to post whenever I'm going live. I will try to shoot for our normal time. If I can't make 11 a.m., I will try to shoot for 10 p.m. Central. So whatever time you see on the extension down below, or the Twitch schedule, If it's not that time, it'll be roughly 12 hours after that. Technically 11 hours after that, but you can do the math easier if you just add 12 hours and then subtract 1. So, either way, it'll be one of those times. That'll be what I shoot for, depending on the weather. If for some reason there's just no stream, it's probably because of the weather. That's going to be this week. Outside of that, the extension down below or the Twitch schedule will tell you when we go live for your time zone. Does the math so you don't have to. And finally, if you miss any of our playthroughs, all the VODs are here on Twitch for 30 days and on YouTube for the foreseeable future. However, there is a caveat to that now. The vertical streams, if you're watching the vertical streams on your phone, those vertical streams are only on Twitch for 7 days because they don't want to fill their servers up with 2 versions of a video, because then it defeats the whole reason of getting rid of, millions of VODs. So, the vertical version, only on Twitch for 7 days. I'm not going to say this for very long, but the horizontal version will still be here for 2 months. Anyways, it's here on Twitch for a little while, and then it will be on YouTube for the foreseeable future. The link to YouTube should be at the top of chat, at least I hope so. Let's see. Yes, it looks like it's still at the top chat. And if for some reason it's disappeared, all the links should be down below as well. If you're on YouTube, check out the live, check out the playlists. That's where you find everything. I think that's about it. Remember to take care of yourself mentally and physically. Both are very important. Number 2, stay hydrated. And as always, remember, we can make the world a better place. And all you have to do is be kind. Let's find someone to raid. Also by YouTube.